So this is what he's been doing. But did he work for Tiger Eye before?
He did. He did. I think between 2012 to 2013. I mean, 2012 and 2013. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, good
Hi.
evening.
You.
Good evening. Yes. Can you hear us? Good evening, everyone. I'm Catherine Abaka, Head of Events and Programs with PMI Ghana, and thank you all so much for making time to be with us this evening as we have this information session on discovering the power of Project Management Institute Ghana, which is PMI Ghana, in terms of membership benefits and opportunities. I would love to hear from you. If you can hear me, you can unmute at this point and let me know if you can hear me. You can also put it in the chat if you can, and we will get started shortly.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yes,
Thank
you're allowed.
you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank
Loud
you
and
also.
clear.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. So today's session, we're going to go through a few things. We're going to be discussing a bit about the chapter, PMI Global itself, probably touch on the professional body as well. And this will be done by both the president of the chapter, Mr. Frank Owusu Asamoah, and our head of membership, Engineer Alberta Amankwa. They would be having the presentation shortly, and I would kindly ask that during the presentation, kindly have your mics muted. We would be recording the session, and afterwards it can be replayed, and we wouldn't want you to have any external interruptions when you listen back to it. So we'd appreciate it if you could ensure that your microphones are muted. And we will be getting started shortly. After the information session, we are going to take in some questions. So some of you may have already asked these questions to the various people, the various volunteers that you may know, with friends or anyone else in the chapter. But this is the perfect place because we are here, volunteers, leaders, everyone. We are here to answer your questions. And you've got the best people, both the president and the VP of membership, to assist you with any questions you would have concerning being a member of the chapter, being a member of PMI Global. So without much ado, I would like to invite Mr. Joseph Na Populampo to give us the opening prayer. Hi, Joseph. If you're here, can you please take us through the opening prayer? Thank you.
Please, you are muted, so we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So yes, can we please have a volunteer from the audience give us the opening prayer?
Okay, so shall we pray? Can I go ahead?
Yes, please, you can.
All right, Heavenly Father, we thank you for such an opportunity to know much about ourselves and about our chapter. We pray for all that have joined, both virtual, both in-house, and those on their way. We pray for a deep understanding to what is expected of us, and also our involvement to get our chapter grow into a better one, to stand out for the country, and also to stand out amongst all PMI groups in the world. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for that lovely, concise prayer. May you also be blessed as you have stood up to the occasion. All right. So I would now invite our president, Mr. Frank Owusu Asamoah, to start off the presentation on our purpose for gathering today. So, Mr. Osa Samoya, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much, Catherine, for the great work you are doing. I see you in the video. You are looking so great, and I believe each and every one of us here this evening is looking as great. So, the Project Management Institute, Incorporated, with headquarters in the United States of America, has grown and runs what we call chapters. And we have over 306 chapters across the globe. And the Ghana chapter is one of the most vibrant you can find in the world. And we have realized that as the profession expands, we have now grown beyond just a profession, but the project management has become a skill that is required in all industries. So we deem it fit to share this news to people who have been looking for information regarding the profession, membership, as well as certifications, and also to find out how we can collaborate with other stakeholders who may be interested in other aspects of our operations. So we found it necessary to organize this meeting or this webinar this evening to share what we have with you. And based on that, you can also give us your feedback and seek clarifications, and we would be able to forge better collaborations going forward. And to have this discussion, we have the team, the leadership of the chapter is here ready to take us through the presentation. And so you are warmly welcome. We ask you to feel free and let's follow the directions of our beautiful and ever competent MC, Miss Catherine Abaka. Catherine, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the wonderful welcome. I will now call on our head of membership, Engineer Alberta Amankwa, to kick us off with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Events. Good evening, everyone. You are all warmly welcome to this information session once again. I'll be co-presenting with my president, Mr. Frank Osua Samoa, and I'll be taking you through what PMI is, detailing the Ghana chapter. I'll also talk a bit about the profession of project management, the various membership types and their corresponding fees, what one stands to benefit from as a member, and the processes to go through in becoming a member. So that is the presentation outline I'm going through. Then the president will elaborate on the various PMI certifications and how to maintain them. You'd also be enlightened on PMI events and programs. And lastly, volunteering and leadership opportunities available in PMI Ghana chapter. So let's get started. What at all is PMI? The Project Management Institute is a leading association of project management professionals globally. It is a non-profit organization that is committed to advancing the project management profession. It's also the leading authority and global community for project success. I am very proud to be associated with PMI, and that is why I'm emphasizing these points. Okay, so what do you stand to gain when you join the PMI community? One, by being part of the Project Management Institute, it means that you are joining a professional network that is recognized worldwide for its excellence in project management. With over 1 million members globally, PMI is the largest and most prestigious project management association. Emphasize mine because I am so proud to be associated with PMI. Then the Project Management Institute also offers a wealth of resources to support career growth. So we have certifications such as the PMP credential that are highly respected and recognized globally. There is also access to certification preparation courses, workshops, and conferences to help you develop new skills. There are opportunities to connect with experienced professionals who can guide and support your career development. So, as a PMI member, you will gain access to a vast library of exclusive learning resources. And this library include PMI Knowledge Center, which is also a comprehensive online library of project management articles, research papers, and case studies. There are regular webinars and online courses on project management topics that you stand to benefit from should you become a member. There are also discounts on PMI publications. And then there are networking opportunities because you get to connect with local professionals during chapter events, conferences, and meetings. And then also you get to meet international change makers who are thought leaders globally when you join our community, where you are put on social media groups, and then you also happen to benefit from the various fora that are held. Ultimately, you earn PDUs as you attend these webinars, join online courses, conferences, and events. PMI is dedicated to advancing the profession, and as a result, it has a research and development session where it invests in research and development to ensure that we stay ahead of industry trends. And wouldn't you want to be associated with such an institute so that you can always be on top of your work? The institute also develops and maintains globally recognized standards and frameworks. I'm sure you've heard about the PMBOK guide. That's the project management body of knowledge. These standards and guides are provided by PMI. Not only that, PMI also fosters a vibrant community of professionals who share knowledge, experiences, and best practices. So I entreat you all to come on board as we enjoy or join the PMI. But now I want us to detail the Ghana chapter of PMI. So let's have the statistics on Ghana chapter, please. So when it comes to Ghana, PMI Ghana chapter is the largest professional body in Ghana in project, program, and portfolio management. As we speak today, we have a total of 1,724 members, with 1,139 being certified as project management professionals, 12 as the PBA certified members. We have the ACP certified members, making a number of 49. We have a risk management professionals who are certified members, numbering 19, CAPM, who are also numbering 13. But let me also emphasize this point. You don't need to be certified before you qualify to become a member of PMI Ghana. Most of the time when I interact with people, they tell me, oh, I'm waiting to pass the exams before I join. No, please join first. And then you stand to benefit. As we go on with the presentation, you know why it's important and better for you to join PMI Global and Ghana chapter before you even start preparation towards your exams. As we speak, we are the second largest chapter to South Africa, but we are challenged to overtake them. We want to beat them to that first spot. And I believe with your ultimate support, we are going to do this together. I hope I'm right.
Yes, you
Yes,
are.
please.
You are right.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
Yes,
you.
of course.
Yeah, thank you.
You
Yes,
Thank
beat
you.
them.
Yeah,
You beat
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Okay, thank you all. So we need you all to join as we go through the processes. So move on to the next slide. That would enlighten us on how to even become members and the benefits of becoming PMI Ghana members. Okay, as we speak, we have 5 branches. We are not just centered in Accra. We have branches throughout Ghana. In the northern region, we have a Tamale branch. We have Kumasi branch, we have the Takrady branch, Sinyane, and the whole branch. So please, wherever you find yourself, link up with the branches and join their various events. It's so impactful. I personally benefited so much when I joined the Kumasi branch meeting for the first time. And that is where I started my journey with PMI Ghana. So please, I entreat each and every one of you to ensure that you participate in the branch events. Yesterday, we were treated to an awesome presentation by the Tamale branch on enterprise risk management. So please, let's stay afloat and be actively involved in the branch activities. Okay, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, now I'm delving into the project management profession. People wonder, what is this profession, project management? Well, when you talk about project management, it means that you are going to use or apply some skills, tools, and methodologies to manage projects. And these tools, skills, and methodologies are globally recognized, they are standardized. And so it is to ensure that you maximize success on projects. And in project management, or project management can be applied no matter the field that you find yourself, whether you are in the IT industry, whether you are the health center, whether you are in the energy sector, wherever you find yourself in the tourism industry. No matter where you find yourself, these skill sets are necessary for you to work well and achieve success. And as a result, project management is just to ensure that whatever project you are working on, you are able to deliver on time, within scope, and within budget. We are all here when we hear the cost of projects being bloated and projects coming to standstill and all that. But with the best project management practices, all these challenges should be overcome. So project managers play vital or key role when it comes to planning, execution, and leading organizations. So please, let's all come on board as project management institute members and get these skills so that we'll be able to perform and develop our careers in the various sections that we find ourselves. Okay, now let's talk about the various types of members we have and their corresponding fees. We have the individual membership, and that's the fee for the individual membership is a total of $144. When you break it down, we have $99 as a fee for the global membership. Then for Ghana chapter, you pay a membership fee of $35. We notice that there are some of you who have joined the global PMI, but are yet to join the local chapter. So please, we entreat all of you to go through the process and become PMI Ghana chapters at a fee of $35. Then we also have student membership. For student membership, it's a total fee of $47. That is for the global and PMI chapter. But there is an ongoing promotion where each student is to pay $27 instead of the 47. So there's a discount on 20, a discount of $20. But there's a caveat to this. The students would have to be in a group of 10. So please, the various educational institutions, please come on board. Let's take maximum benefit of this discount or promotion going on so that we can get as many of our students rolled on, and then we stand to seek the or reap the benefits. There's also a retiree membership of $100. That's 65 for the global membership and $35 for the Ghana chapter membership. So currently we have GEMPA and KNUST taking advantage of the ongoing promotion to register most of the students. So please, let's all come on board. What do we stand to benefit when we become Ghana chapter members? I've already delved deeper into it, that there are so many discounts when it comes to PMI certification and certification renewals. So instead of waiting to be certified before you become a member and enjoy discounts, even on your examination fees. You also get access to authorized training partners who also give you discounts, even on the training courses. Then you have access to resources, exams prep resources. So please kindly come on board first as members before attempting or starting even your exams preparation. There is also up to about 30% discount on online courses. And then you get to have project management tools and templates that helps you in carrying out your project management rules. There are events that sometimes you attend at no cost or at little cost, all because you are a member of PMI Ghana and especially the local chapter Ghana. There's also free access to business publications worldwide. So you see, one stands to benefit a whole lot when one associates with PMI. So please, let's all come on board and stand to benefit from all these available. Okay. All right. So please, can you go back? Okay. Okay. So now that we are a professional body, we publish our members in good standing in the various media publication print media. And so if you are a member and you are in good standing, you stand to benefit. And then we also have membership loyalty awards where we celebrate our members who have consistently renewed their membership for 10 years. Then whenever you join any of our events that have PDUs attached, you have us uploading PDUs for you. So those of you, especially the newly satisfied, there are a lot of you who have been reaching out to me and they are worried about how to get the 60 PDUs required. Please relax. All you have to do is to just ensure that you attend all our events and programs, whether in person or online. And then we would have us updating or uploading your PDUs for you. There are also exclusive access to job offers. Yes, there are job offers that come to our table as the institute, and then we would gladly share these with members. So please, those of you who are looking out for jobs, kindly come on board as PMI members. And when these offers come, we'll readily share on our various platforms for you to apply. There are also regular in-person networking opportunities when we attend meetings. So imagine for one, I work with ECG. So you meet me at the meeting. There are lots of times people, I have this meter issue. I have this issue with ECG. And then we network and we ensure that all those challenges are resolved. So please take advantage. Let's network with people from various industries, Ghana Gas, Gridco, VRA, the banking sector, and all. There are also discounted rates for our National Project Management Conference and the National Project Excellence Awards. This year, we are having it in July at Aqua Safari. Yes, please, the early bird rate ends tomorrow. Kindly take advantage and register, make payments, and enjoy. You would never regret joining us at the National Project Management Conference in Aqua Safari. So please come on board and let's all go have fun and learn, network, and have all the goodies that come with these conferences. There are also exclusive members only access to ready to use templates. There are some templates that you can only get access to when you are members. There are some research and thought leadership content that you can only have access to when you are a member. So please, we need you to register and become members and benefit from all these templates available. Okay, so can we move on to how to become a member? We have delved deeper into the benefits already. Okay. So there are lots of people who keep asking, how do I become a member of PMI? Good. So you visit the website, that's pmi.org. That is the global website. And there you check the membership tab. You click register, where you create an account with your username and the password. After that, you go to become a member. You log in with your details and you click on become a member. you notice that there is a default Cameroon chapter. Please delete that and then there's a drop down and you select Ghana chapter and you click checkout. After you've checked out, ensure you give all the necessary information concerning your card for payment. When you are done, you place an order. And once the payment goes through with your information supplied, a confirmation email will be sent to you. And it is just within some few minutes. So please, you can screenshot this process. And then whenever you have any challenges, our numbers will be shared. We are always available to assist you go through this process. Okay, so at this point, I'd like to call on our president, Mr. Frank Oswa Samoa, to take us through the various certifications we have, how to maintain them, volunteering roles and leadership available in PMI Ghana chapter. Thank you all for giving me the listening ear.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alberta Mankwa. Thank you for such a great presentation. That is Engineer Alberta Mankwa, the head of membership for the Project Management Institute Ghana chapter. And like Alberta rightly said, when it comes to the PMI and PMI Ghana chapter, membership is separate and distinct from certifications. What it means is that you do not need the certification before you can become a member. You can become a member without taking the exam, or you can become a member and later prepare to take the exam. I believe I do meet people in town and they tell me, oh, I'm waiting. I want to finish passing the exam. When I pass the exam, I will come and join. And this is by way of information to all of you, and to also send the same message to your colleagues that you do not need to necessarily become certified before you can become a member. Right. So when we talk of the certifications, PMI has a myriad of certifications, but the most popular among them is the Project Management Professional, that is the PMP. And for the PMP, for you to be eligible to take that examination, the rule of thumb is that you need to have a minimum of 3 years working experience. Having had that, then you go ahead to undertake the 35 contact hour training, which in Ghana here is undertaken by our authorized training partners whom we collaborate with and partner with to provide such quality training for members and non-members who are preparing to take the certification exam. Once that is completed, you work with your instructor to schedule to provide your eligibility information to PMI. PMI will vet and get back to you, give you the green light to go ahead and schedule your exam. You schedule the exam online, and then you prepare and take the exam. You can take the exam from the comfort of your home, your office. That is if you are very confident in your network and your electricity supply. As in that case, you bear the consequences of any unforeseen occurrence. But the third option is or you have the access or option of using an exam center. In Ghana here, we have one in Total House, as well as one in Dansoman. And whenever you are ready to take, I'm sure your instructor or your facilitator will lead you to the center where you can take your exam without any stress. In that case, you have transferred the risk of internet or electricity failure to the center, and the onus lies on the center to provide you the stable electricity as well as internet in order for you to complete your examination successfully. And the result comes in immediately, but it will be provisional until after 48 hours, where you would receive the the final verdict of the status of your examination. Pardon me if you are getting some feedback from the environment. It's a bit noisy, pardon me. Let me know if you are having challenges with the interference. Okay, please go back. All right. So having given details, sorry, please come again.
You can proceed, it's okay.
All right, thank you very much. Having given details of the project management professional certification, I would like us to have a look at just a select few of the certifications. The first one being the CAPM Certified Associate in Project Management. This certification is good for individuals who do not have the 3-year working experience or are fresh graduates from the university and want to progress or cut a career in project management. Please go back to the previous slide. Right. And once you have been able to pass the CAPM, it suffices for the 3-year experience, and you can use that to apply for the PMP. Now, when you go through project management, you are told that we have project management, program management, and then portfolio management. The definitions, you will find them when you attend your respective classes or preparatory sessions. But the point I'm making here is that just as we have the project management, program management, and portfolio management, PMI has certifications for these respective hierarchical certifications. So the project management professional, the program management professional or PGMP, and then portfolio management professional or PFMP. Now, when you come to project management, as large as the domain may be, there are areas where you can specifically specialize. And PMI has certifications to cater for these specializations. The first one, as you can see on the screen, on the second row, is the SP or scheduled professional, where you set yourself apart as an expert when it comes to project scheduling. You will be on projects and to be the brain behind schedules in order to avoid or prevent schedule overruns and other nuances that may be associated with scheduling on the project. The next one, we have RMP or the risk management professional. In the same vein, you become the architect of risk identification, mitigation, and all other activities that are required in order to prevent the risk from occurring, eliminating them, or reducing their impact on the project, and successfully bringing the project to a desired close. Then the next one, the ACP, that is for agile practitioners within project management that caters for your interest as well. And then the PBA for business analysts who will take care of the business aspect of the project, ensuring that all the gathered requirements manifest themselves in the final outcome of the project in the form of characteristics or capabilities for the project. Then the last but not the least, you can talk of the CP or the construction professional that is meant for the engineers, quantity surveyors, and the other para professionals within the construction industry. Please, let's move on. Apart from these, there are other micro-credential certifications that you can take care of. So when we talk of the PMP, it is the world's leading authority on project management. PMI created the PMP certification to recognize project managers who have proven they have the skills to successfully manage projects. Project Management Professional PMP certification represents an elite group of project managers and it proves project leadership experience and expertise in any of your working environments. To obtain the PMP certification, a project manager must meet certain requirements, some of which I have mentioned earlier on, and then pass 180 exam question. The PMP was created by project leaders for project leaders. So each test question can be related to real life project management experiences, right? And it validates that you are highly skilled. Now, project management professional certification exams will test your people management skills. It will test your process management skills and also test your business environment management skills to make you a holistic project manager and be able to take full charge of your projects. Next slide, please. Right. If you are already certified, this portal will make it possible for you to search yourself and find out whether your name is in the repository. So you can take the URL and then check your status in terms of certifications. Next slide, please. Right. The Project Management Institute certifications, because it is a professional organization, unlike our traditional first degree and second degrees where you get them and you take them to your grave, the PMI certifications also put you on a pedestal of lifelong learning. You need to keep on recertifying, else you lose the certification. So every 3 years, when we focus on the PMP certification, you need to recertify or renew your certification, having taken the exam and passed. It may sound strange to you, but this is the only way you will be thirsty and hungry for continuous learning. So what we require is what we call professional development units or PDUs. So when you hear people talking about PDUs are for only those who are certified. If you are not certified, you do not need PDUs. PDUs are for those who are certified in any of the PMI certifications. So once we have been using the PMP for our case study, for PMP, you need to accrue 60 PDUs over a period of 3 years. Once that has been achieved, then you pay a recertification fee of $60, but for members, it has been discounted to $42. So that you recertify your certification for the next 3-year cycle. We have had situations where members and non-members are like, please go back the previous slide. Good, thank you. We have had situations where members make payments payments for their membership, and they assume that they have made payment for their certifications as well. So unknowingly, they sit and watch their certifications expire and they lose the certifications. Once you lose it, depending on the time you realize and reach out to PMI, you may lose that certification forever. If you need it, you will have to start the process and resit the exam before you get it back. So we have deliberately put this on the screen for you to see that the two are distinct and separate. If you pay for membership to renew your membership annually, it has nothing to do with your certification. If you have multiple certifications, you should ensure that you take the responsibility of renewing each and every one of them whenever the time is due. And we have members who have multiples of the certifications, and they have been professional and careful enough that they have always been able to renew all of them on time. And that is a great deal of work. But once you decide to be a project manager, it means you have chosen to be detail-oriented, result-oriented, and also be mindful of some of the things that you wouldn't bother about if you were not a project manager. So for membership, the renewal is annually, and it does not require any examination. If you allow your membership to expire, you would not be renewing, you would rather be rejoining. And rejoining will attract an extra processing or servicing fee of $10. And then for the Ghana chapter and PMI Global, you renew at an amount of $144 for both PMI and PMI Ghana chapter. When it comes to certifications, you renew with a PMP in focus, you renew it every 3 years. And it requires the 60 PDUs, as I have mentioned earlier. Failure to renew may result in losing the certification entirely. And once you've accrued the needed PDUs, you pay $60, as I mentioned earlier, which has been discounted to $42. If you are a CAPM certified, you accrue 15 PDUs and you pay $15 to renew it. And let's bear in mind, they are separate and distinct. When you are dealing with your certification, know that it has no effect on your membership. You have to attend to your membership as well, and vice versa. Next slide, please. When it comes to the Project Management Institute or PMI, we believe in networking because networking solves a greater chunk of our challenges or our problems. Networking can bring your job search to an end without realizing the potential it has. So we organize conferences locally in Ghana, and then within the Sub-Saharan Africa region, we have PMI Africa, which also organizes conferences for all the chapters within the Project Management Institute Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa region. And then we have the global one, which is organized by the global PMI. In Ghana, specifically in July, between 23rd and 25th, we are all going to Aqua Safari in Big Ada to have our National Project Management Conference and Project Management Excellence Awards. And then in August, we would all be converging in Kigali, Rwanda for the PMI Africa Conference or Project Management Institute Summit Series Africa. And then in November, we would also be heading for Phoenix in Arizona, USA for the PMI Global Summit. And all members as well as non-members but are practicing are eligible to get in touch and register for all these conferences that we mentioned. In addition to these, in Ghana here, we hold our monthly chapter meetings at the Alisa Hotel. Last Friday, we were there. We spoke about the Galamsey menace, and we discussed the practical and workable ways of going around that problem that has become a national canker. Then we also have other networking events. We provide mentorship programs and workshops. And we have a signature event called Aquaba Breakfast and Networking, which we use as a platform to induct our new members into the chapter. And everybody who has experienced the Aquaba Breakfast will attest to the fact that it is one of its kind. We also have specialized programs that focuses on specific industries in terms of leadership and innovation. Members can also join online fora, study groups, and professional development communities that are available on various social media platforms. Next slide, please. Whilst we speak, please ensure that you note your questions, or you can also be putting them in the chat box. We would read them and discuss them. And I believe the team will be posting the PDU link in the chat box as well. Please do well to attend to it if you are certified and you need PDUs. So what we have on the screen is a snapshot from the National Project Management Conference last year at Rock City in Kwahu. We have the president of the Bankers Association in Ghana, Mr. Patrick Awua. And then we also have a cross section of the delegates to your right. And this year promises to be a step ahead of what we had last year at Rock City. And we have shots from the awards night, which you wouldn't want to miss. Please, let's move on. We open nominations for the various award categories, and they are on our website and on our various social media channels, that you can nominate your project, you can nominate your organization, you can nominate your colleagues for the various categories. We have categories, 15 categories, so irrespective of your industry, you can join us. Then please, let's go back to the previous session, previous slide. You saw a photo. One of the things we do is what we call social impact activities, what you call CSR or corporate social responsibilities. Last year in December, PMI Ghana chapter decided that we will not spend the Christmas alone. So members out of their own benevolence contributed, and we went to have a Christmas come early with the children of Royal Seed Orphanage. And those are pictures that you can see, and I believe you would want to be part of such a great opportunity to touch lives of these children. And these things that happen to them, I believe, will go a long way. Some of them may never forget in their entire life. Some of them will have a turning point in their lives from that day, a kind word that the volunteers shared with them, or having a hug with them, touching their lives. These are things that have impacted them. And I believe if we give you the opportunity, you can also share something that touched your life from your childhood. Before that, when we went to Kwahu for the conference, we have adopted it, and it has come to stay that as a chapter, whenever we come into a community to have our conference, we would make sure we touch the lives of the children over there. So we went to Kwahu Pipiase, where we repainted the school and also donated books, textbooks, and exercise books to the children. And on top of it, we spent time with the children, engaged in drawing and painting activities with them, hard works with them. We encouraged them. Some of them got impacted and have resolved to become project managers. Some want to become lawyers. Some want to become soldiers. But the good news is that irrespective of the profession you choose, you will need the project management skills. So after you become all that you want to become, you still come back to the Project Management Institute, and we will be here waiting for you. Next slide, please. And this year, we are not giving that to chance. We will continue the same activity in a community within the Ada enclave. And let me give you a gist. This time around, we will be crossing the river. We'll be crossing the river before we would access this community to go and embark on this social impact activity. So if you plan to arrive at Aqua Safari from 24th, please, you better revise your plan and arrive on 23rd, because 23rd is the day we would embark on that social impact activity. We'll cross the river and go and meet that beautiful community, see the beautiful children, and with your benevolence, we are going to touch their lives, impact on their lives, and you would have them to interact with. How do you volunteer? One of the greatest benefits I have gained as a member of PMI Ghana chapter is the leadership opportunities it presents. I have had the opportunity to be a VP membership for 3 years before becoming the president. And I have been the president since 2023 January, and it has been a rare opportunity that many of you as members voted for me to have. And I am so privileged to have that opportunity. This and many other opportunities exist for you if you are thinking of what is in it for you if you should become a member. Everybody speaking on the call tonight, especially the leadership, Catherine, Engineer Beta Mankwa, Mr. Francato Owu, Jumoke Lafewa, the pastor or the reverend who prayed with us, Joseph Populampo, Fred Aminu Natongba, our Tamale branch chair, Olagoke, our Takrade branch chair. All these are volunteers. And these are opportunities for you to hone your leadership skills and become a better leader. You gain recognition and career advancement through active engagements that we have. The PMI Ghana chapter is one of the most active communities. Last Friday, we had an in-person, a hybrid event, both in person and virtual. Yesterday, we had another event. Today, we are having another event. We are that active and vibrant. Let me also mention that we are the largest and the premier professional body when it comes to projects, program, and portfolio management in Ghana. By so doing, we are working with your membership and inclusion. We are working hard to ensure that project management becomes a tool that no government in Ghana can do away with. That becomes a tool that will help in reversing most of the negative trends that we have on project management in our public space. And we cannot do that if we do not have the numbers. We cannot do that if we do not have you becoming an ethical project leader. We cannot do that if we cannot rely on your expertise when you are placed on any of said projects. So we are looking forward to all our members equipping themselves and continuing in the continuous learning regime. And then new members and prospective ones, we expect you to come on board and see yourself as wanting to become a better person or a better version of yourself. Then we would all be able to cause that change that we have been yearning for in the management of projects in our public space. You also expand your professional network. I have so many friends and family members within the project management fraternity and beyond, thanks to my membership of PMI and PMI Ghana chapter. On this note, I take a break and say thank you very much for spending me your ears. Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Engineer Alberta Amankwa, for expanding on the benefits of being a member of PMI Ghana, as well as the numerous opportunities that are available to anyone here who wants to know. So at this juncture, we're going to take any questions. But before we take questions, I would like to prompt you once again that the link for PDUs has been posted in the chat. And it will be posted again in case you missed it or you happen to have dropped off and have rejoined. It will be posted again. But if you've already been on the call, the link has been posted and you would see it there. So right now we will take any questions that are in. I believe that we've got a few raised hands. So Frimpon Owusu Lopez, please, you may ask your question.
Okay, good evening. Please, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. My name is also I'm head and safety professional. I've practiced it for a while now. It has been my passion to do project management. But my question is, as head and safety professional, what projects, what class of project management should I study? And also, what benefit will I gain as head and safety officer in addition to my career growth? And the third question is, um, studying project management professional PMP or PMI, or going to do MSc in project management, what are the difference? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So we are going to take the first three questions in a go, unless Mr. President and head of events would like to do something different. All right, since there is no objection, we will take the second question we have here, the second hand that we have raised, which is Kobna Ansa Sem.
Good evening, Catherine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so last year I was supposed to write the PMP exam. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to write despite I had that 1 year leave period. So my question is, what does it mean? Does it mean that I have to make payments before I get to have another 1 year period, or what are the modalities? What are the modalities if I miss that grace period?
All right, thank you, Kobna. We'll take the third question and then we would answer all the ones that have been asked. Then we'll move to the other hands that have been raised and then the few in the chat box as well. So Cephas Kinsley, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Good evening. Please, my question is, when President was speaking, he did mention of breakfast induction. Yeah, I want to know that to become a member, irrespective of you are not certified, would you be in that? There will be an induction for you after the registration. Thank you.
Sorry, Catherine. Catherine, are you on the call?
No, I think we've lost her briefly.
Okay, that's fine. So whilst we wait for Catherine to come back, let me attempt to respond to the questions. The first one by Owusu Frempong, being an HSC person or health and safety practitioner. What project management does is that it is a relevant skill in all domains. You realize that whilst you go about your HSC activities or health and safety activities, you are involved in projects. You are actually leading projects without knowing it. If you look at the definition for project management, an endeavor has a definite start, has a definite end, produces unique results.
Please, Mr. President, you are muted.
Oh, thank you very much. So from also Frimpong, the question of being an HSC person or practitioner or health and safety practitioner, and you realize that you are actually involved in project management or you are actually practicing project management without you knowing it. During your incident or accident investigations, report writing, and conducting pre-shift information sessions or PSIs, as well as conducting safety training, all these are projects if you put them in a proper context. So project management is a relevant skill that if you go ahead and take the training, you realize that you will become a better health and safety practitioner. And by so doing, you would also get to understand the project managers that you work with within your stakeholder enclave. You will be able to understand them better and be able to move with them better. And also, it provides you a preparation point to be ready for progression in your career. Sometimes at a certain level of the organization, you would require certain skills, and those are the skills that project management provides. You may be a health and safety practitioner, but with the project management skills, it will set you apart as a suitable person to be placed as a certain level of management. So I believe this answer helps, but I would assure you that I have a health and safety background as well, and I know how these two professions or domains go hand in hand with each other. Thank you. Then the next one from Kwabena, if I got it right. You have you have scheduled for the exam, but the 1 year has elapsed. Please quickly log into your portal and check the status, because it is not just 1 year. Sometimes you may think it's 1 year, but the 12 months has not elapsed. Quickly log in, and if you have any such challenge, do reach out to us. We will need to know the exact situation before we'll be able to prefer any form of solution. Sometimes you will be able to reactivate it. At times, you may have to repay. So we need to understand the exact situation on the ground before we'll be able to assist. So you can reach out to any of the leaders. If you have our contact, else use the same medium through which you receive the meeting link, and we'll be able to assist you. Then the last one talks about the induction for new members. When we talk of induction, this induction is for all members, certified and non-certified. This is a platform that we use to provide such information as what we are providing to you today, in order that new members do not get lost in the many activities. For example, a member who is newly certified may not know how to gain PDUs and may sit until the certification expires. So we provide this necessary information or pieces of information to them at that Aquaba breakfast and networking session. That is essentially what we do over there. So it is for both certified members and non-certified members. I do understand the induction that you are referring to. That one is on a different pedestal. Once you become a member, that will come up later on. Thank you. Catherine, I believe I've been able to respond to them. Alberta, whilst we wait for Catherine, maybe you can take over. and conduct or coordinate the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yes, Cephas, your hand is up. Can you please unmute and ask your question?
Yes.
Okay, Catherine is back. Catherine. Oh, she dropped off again.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Can you
then
hear
please
me?
take over. Yeah, we can hear you.
Or thank you. All right. So I believe Cephas' question has been answered. Or do you have a follow-up question for either Mr. President or our head of membership? Okay. So we've got a few other questions that have come in through the chat box. Someone is asking, what's the difference between PMI and IPMP? Leonard is also asking, is it mandatory to pay for accommodation for the National Project Management Conference at Ada, or you can pay for the event and take care of your own accommodation? Adams asks, please, some of us will have our 3 years expiring next year, but our current PDUs are not sufficient for the renewal next year, even if we decide to attend all the monthly meetings by PMI Ghana for PDUs this year. How can PMI Ghana help us to attain the difference in PDUs to enable our renewal? So we'll take these three first, and then we'll come back and take the subsequent three questions from the chat box, as well as the hands that are raised as well.
Thank you very much, Catherine.
So,
And am I audible, please, Catherine?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Mr. President, please, can you hear us? Okay, you are muted now.
Okay, am I audible yet?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. IPMP and PMI, there is no relationship, there is no correlation. The best way I can describe it is that we are competitors in the same industry. So the Project Management Institute, Ghana chapter, or Project Management Institute Ghana, is separate and distinct from IPMP. Then secondly, on the accommodation at the conference, we try as much as possible to make our delegates to our conferences very, very comfortable. So we go ahead and look for accommodation and other logistics to ensure that we take off the burden of you having to go look for these things. But beyond that, if you believe that you have a way of finding your own accommodation, you are at liberty to do so. But the inconvenience that may arise, we may not be able to support when they do arise. That is what I would say. So we do encourage you to book the accommodation, but if you have a peculiar challenge or peculiar situation, perhaps you have accommodation there from the family home or family house, and you believe you will be safe, you are at liberty to do so. And then the third question was about PDUs. Okay, so if you have 3 years to accrue 60 PDUs and you have 1 year more, if you attend such events as this, the chapter will upload 2 PDUs on your behalf. So assuming you have not had any PDU at all, it means that if you attend 15 of such meetings, you will get all the 60. And we do organize our hybrid event monthly chapter meetings every month, except December. Even December, we have our end of year dinner. So let's assume you attend the remaining and you get 6 months. That gives you 12. If you're able to attend or join any of our online sessions or webinars, you will get a minimum of 1 PDU. And I believe you should be fine. Beyond that, if you still need help outside, one thing I can recommend to you is to create an account on projectmanagement.com. It is a PMI portal or website, projectmanagement.com. Once you visit that portal, you will have on-demand videos from previous conferences and sessions and webinars that have been recorded and are stored there. You will see the associated PDUs that go with each and every one of them. Once you watch them, PDUs will be awarded to you automatically, and you will be able to make progress in addition to what the chapter provides. I hope these pieces of information help. Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering the first set of questions from the chat box. We will now take the next set of questions from people who would like to ask directly. So we've got Wisdom, and afterwards we'll take Marcelina and then Shaibu.
Yeah, thank you very much for this great opportunity. Yeah, so I'm a teacher by profession, and I took the PMP course some years ago using the PMBOK 5th edition. Unfortunately, I tried to gain some practical experiences so that I can have enough confidence to write the exams for my certification. Unfortunately, I tried, but then I've not been able to do that since about 2016 or 2017. But I still have the interest to do to write the PMBOK or to write the PMP. So my question is, do you have opportunities so that some of us who are not directly involved in anything about project management, we can, if there are opportunities that some of us can have, so that we will be better placed to write the exams and to get the certification. Yeah, so this is my question as a professional teacher, please.
Catherine, you're muted.
Thank you for the prompt. If you could kindly unmute and share your question with us.
Okay, hello, good evening. So please, my question is, assuming you hit the 60 PDU, the threshold, the maximum threshold, what happens to the SSs that you get, the SS PDUs that you get? Is it stored somewhere and then used for the next new 3-year period or something? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your question, Marcelina. Shaibu, if you could share your question with us.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, evening. Thank you very much, Catherine.
You.
Yeah, good evening, Catherine. Thank you very much. It's wonderful this evening. I think somebody asked a question concerning he registered to write the exams, but unfortunately he couldn't write the exams, and then the date has expired. So he wanted to know the next step to take. But I think the president was saying he should go back to and log in and other thing. But I think the question is that the thing has been expired. So I think is it that he has to reapply and go through the process. But because it is given
1 year to write the exams. But unfortunately, he couldn't do that. And then it has expired. So that's what he wanted to know. And then secondly, I think this session, you are talking of PGU. If you attended this, and you can be awarded PGU and other distances. What I think is we should look at the distincts here. The PGU is for people who are PM, who are certified, who have taken the exams and have been certified. But the Ghana chapter, I want to find out whether you also certify people based on taking exams or what have you. I don't know much about the chapter, what the chapter activities are about. So I want clarification here. And then the third one is concerning the events that is taking place at Ada, Asafara or I want to, I think you earlier on sent messages, people, paper presentation and other distance. You give deadlines and other distance. But I think next time I will advise that if such conferences are to take place, you identify people that it's better to have direct communication with them, so that if they could schedule and then see how they could tailor their time in coming out with paper presentations and other things, so that they also get to know the benefits they get in presenting papers at the events and other things. But if you just put the issue a la without giving terms of reference, I think those people might have the interest, but maybe they might engage in other activities somewhere, and they think that it's better to concentrate on doing maybe later if there's another opportunity they can do it. But if you put in terms of reference and people try to look at it and see, maybe if I do this one, it's better than engaging myself, also help. And the last one is, the industry, somebody asked of the competition in the industry. The president said they're as competitors. I think what I expected, the answer is, it's better to be clear here. PMP, if you look at the level in the certification, this is how I expected the president. PMP is the most recognized. If you look at all the global certificates, PMP is number 1. So if you see any other professional body running PMP, IPM, or what have you, they are just doing it. But if you want to, it's just locally. But if you want to look at the recognized or all the certificates worldwide, the first, if you go to the data, PMP is number 1 in all the certification, certified certification. So I think this is the clarification I wanted to. Thank you very much.
Thank you too for asking your question and also expanding on a few of the points and giving in a different opinion. So we're going to take a few more questions from the chat, and then we will come back to Sofo and Eagle, and then we will be wrapping up the session. So the next questions that we got from the chat box was asking, Florence was asking, what is the process for obtaining the program management professional certificate? Gloria is asking, is it mandatory to join both the global and PMI Ghana chapters? Can I join just the Ghana chapter? So we'll take these two in addition to the 3 questions plus that were asked earlier, and then we'll continue with the next set. So Mr. President and Madam Membership, Head of Membership, please feel free to answer the questions that have been asked.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine. I will take the first 3, and then Engineer Mankwa will take the very last 2 that you read. And the first one about our colleague who is a teacher by profession. I would say that when it comes to projects and managing projects, you do not necessarily need the title project manager to be involved in projects or be working on projects. If you require an environment to learn how the processes and how the principles of project management are applied, there are ways of going about it. And one of the easiest and the most exciting ways to do this is joining the chapter and volunteering. This event is happening today. You are seeing it as happening today, but it's gone through a lot of planning by the membership and the events and the other teams, coordinating, briefings, stakeholders, planning, and all that. So if you were a member and a volunteer, you would have been getting the opportunity to be involved in some of these project management or projects. So I would advise that if you are in a position to become a member, it will be great. So you become a volunteer and get the opportunity to be part of the teams that plan the many events that we do undertake. Apart from that, in your own small way, you can have access to project management courses. Some are free online, and you'll be able to apply them to your teaching and to your other activities that you embark on as a private person. Beyond these, if you need any further assistance, I think the chapter is available to hold your hand and work it through with you. We will be happy to have you as a certified project manager, as a member, and we will be excited to network with you and learn more from you. So thank you very much, Marcelini, if I got the name right. And then there was a question on extra PDUs. The rule of thumb when it comes to PDUs is that 1 hour is for 1 PDU. 1 hour of getting yourself involved in project management activities by way of practice, training, volunteering, or giving back to society. 1 hour is for 1 PDU. Now, if you are able to accrue all the 60 PDUs within the first 2 years, then any other extra PDUs within the final 1 year that is accrued would be saved and it will count towards your next cycle. Any other extra PDU that is earned within the first 2 years cannot be transferred to the next cycle. So to answer your question, if your PDUs, your extra PDUs are being earned within the last year of your 3-year cycle, then they would be transferred to your next cycle. If they are being earned within the first 2 years, then the extra cannot be transferred to the next cycle. Then on Swalisu Shaibu, pardon me if I missed or if I pronounced your name wrongly. Thank you very much for the feedback you provided, and we will take them in good faith and look at how best to incorporate them into our engagement with the public. On the issue of the call for papers, yes, we did send out, as you may have received. We also do have targeted members that we have written letters to, because we might have engaged them in the past, or they have been identified as the experts on these salient subject matters that we are going to discuss at the conference. So those have been written to. Nonetheless, we do expand our tentacles in order to provide opportunities to people who may want to explore the opportunities of sharing their ideas on our platforms. So we expand our communication, and through that, we have been able to have people who never thought they could get the opportunity, but already getting the opportunity and sharing insightful experiences and knowledge with our valued community. So we do value your feedback, and we do expect that you would make time to put in your paper for consideration. we are happy to also have a one-on-one call with you to understand what you intend to share, or if you have other recommendations in terms of possible speakers for our conference. I believe these help, Catherine. So Engineer Mankwa can take care of the last two questions you asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So please, Engineer, you can go ahead with the two questions.
Okay, so the first question was by Florence, and she wants to know how to obtain the project management professional certification. So if you joined a bit earlier, our president took us through the process where you first of all need a 35-hour contact. And that is training that you need to acquire. And fortunately for us, we have authorized training partners. So if you check on our PMI Ghana website, you find our authorized training partners, and one of them is Okin. You can get their contacts where you can reach out to them for this training. That is the first requirement. And then you get to prepare for the exams, register, pay, and set a date to take the exams before you can acquire the certification when you pass the exams. Then the second question was asked by Gloria. She wanted to find out if she can just become a PMI Ghana chapter member, or does she need to become a member of both PMI Global and PMI Ghana chapter. Okay, so Gloria, you first of all need to become PMI Global member. PMI Global membership validates your local chapter membership. You can't be a member of any local chapter without being a chapter of the global PMI.
Please mute your mic. Please let's mute our mic so that Engineer Alberta can share and answer the questions that are being asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So you cannot be PMI Ghana chapter member without being a member of PMI Global. So first of all, you need to become a member of PMI Global, and then you register to become PMI Ghana chapter member. So PMI Ghana chapter, the chapters are under the global PMI.
All right. Thank you, Engineer Alberta. I believe Joseph had a similar question as Gloria. So Joseph, I hope that answers what you were asking as well. Andrew was asking, are there opportunities for people to get practical experience in managing projects through internships as members of the chapter? And Frimpon wants to find out PMP and a master's in project management. What is the difference? Another question that we have is asking, saying, I joined PMI Global in the Ghana chapter, but have not been added to any of the social media platforms. What process do I go through in order to be part of any of the social media platforms and also enjoy the breakfast stuff? I have also gone through the verification process in order to take the exams, and I have been approved since December, awaiting the payment and scheduling of the exams. How do I select the center for this exam since I experience an unstable power supply in my residence? So we'll take this set of questions and then we'll move to the final set of questions for today's program. So Engineer and Mr. President, if you could kindly assist with these ones. We will take the people who would like to unmute and speak next, and then the final set of questions that have been received from the chat box.
Thank you very much, Engineer Mankwa and Catherine. So on the issue of opportunities for people to get practical experience in managing projects, like I mentioned earlier, we do provide volunteering environment where the entire chapter is managed by volunteers. So we get the opportunity to plan our own events and other activities as a way of providing a practical experience for our members. Beyond that, if you have any peculiar situation, we are also able to liaise with our members in the industry who have openings in their organizations that can accommodate internships, and we are able to facilitate that for our members. On the issue of PMP and MSc or Masters in Project Management, just like the name implies, project management professional, PMP, like we indicated in our earlier presentation, it's a global leader when it comes to project management certifications, and it is recognized everywhere across the globe. It is also practical based because when it comes to the exam, you may struggle if you have not seen or have not been involved in real life projects. And then it gives you that kind of international appeal that you have this certification that is accepted and recognized globally. When it comes to the MSc, we know they are developed by individual universities and institutions of higher learning, and there are statutory bodies who also regulate all our universities and our institutions of higher learning. And so they develop these MSc programs, most of them based on the PMBOK and other internationally recognized and relevant material to ensure that their graduates also become relevant to the job market. So they are equally good and they are both good. Nonetheless, job descriptions looking for project managers may dwell on one above the other, or in most cases, they prefer both. So if you ask me, they are both good, but I've given the nuances of the certification, the PMP certification, like I mentioned, with the international appeal. In some countries, when you go there, you may have to go through some sort of evaluation before the master's degree you are having may be the equivalence to what they have in their country may be determined. And let me also say that most of the universities, especially the traditional ones we know in this country, develop their curricula for their MSc and MBA project management programs based on the PMBOK and also in close collaboration with PMI and PMI Ghana chapter. So the content is good, but the only difference, as I have mentioned, is what we can look at. But if you have a situation where you have to choose one, then you would have to compare these benefits and take a decision. Then there's someone who has joined PMI Global and the Ghana chapter and has not yet been added to any of the platforms. We do sincerely apologize for that and do assure you that our team work every day, every week to ensure that all members who join are onboarded into the chapter. And to help us do that, we will need your valid WhatsApp phone number as well as a valid email address. A lot of the time we find phone numbers that are incomplete or that are not working at all. We find emails that are not working at all. However, we would look at your situation and look at it if there is any peculiar reason why this has happened. But like I said, the team will surely reach out to you and correct that anomaly. Be rest assured. Please do share your contact or details with any of our leaders if you are in touch with any, or share your contact with or in the chat box so we can pick it up and reach out to you and have that anomaly rectified. Back to you, Catherine.
For most of the people who had questions. So we will take Sofo and we will take Eagle's questions. And I believe Cephas has a question as well. So we will take him after Eagle.
Thank you very much. I just want us to go back to the PDU. Yeah, those who are concerned about the expiry of their certificate with regards to renewal. If the president can elaborate, even if you don't attend this event, you can go to the approved training center and get your PDU straight away. Is that the case for this chapter?
All right. Thank you for your question, Sofo.
Sorry, Catherine, for the peculiar nature of this question, let me come in before we continue. Sofo, thank you very much for that. What it is and what I mean is that if you go to the projectmanagement.com, there are conferences and other sessions that are relevant to our profession that might have been held in recent past, and the videos are available there. So when you watch the videos, the PDUs that are associated with them will be uploaded for you. If we upload this video for this session on our YouTube page, for instance, and you go there to watch it, there will be no opportunity for you to report PDU on this because we have not put in the system for you to report PDUs associated with this video. So you must go to the projectmanagement.com. That is where we have all the necessary digital infrastructure set up to aid you to gain those PDUs associated with the on-demand videos. So I hope this clarifies. Thank you.
No, this is not what I meant. What I'm saying, there are approved training institutes in Ghana. Someone can go a week, 1 week, make your training and upload in PMI. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the follow-up. Yes, there are PDUs that are uploaded for imparting knowledge, project management knowledge. Yes. So if you are running an institution or you work with an institution and you go there to impart knowledge, yes, you can equally upload your PDUs, providing the needed information that is required.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is it also not that there are various other opportunities of getting PDUs? So, for example, there are some training courses that are offered, that might not be a PMI Ghana, training that might be done by PMI itself or other training partners that have PDUs attached to it. So those who are talking about not being, if they did all the meetings, not being able to make that, they will be able to do that. And then also reporting PDUs as professionals or volunteering are all things that they can also add to make sure that if the meetings that they are going to, attending all our chapter meetings, do not give them all the numbers, they will be able to make that as well. Is that also not an additional thing to do?
That's exactly my point. Guys, you have approved training institute. Someone can go 1 week, he has vacation, go and make the PDU, upload to PMI. Is that not acceptable?
Thank you very much, Engineer Ken Ashigbe. Yes. And also, that is very true and that is right. The concern that I will have is that a lot of people go there and they are unable to decipher between the free ones and the paid ones, and they end up paying huge sums of money to get the PDUs. So if you find any of such courses that were explained by Engineer Kanasibe and Sofo, and you are able to undertake them, you can upload your PDUs. Yes, they are accepted. They are accepted. My only concern is that you do not have to spend money where you can have them for almost free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I ask this because I'm working in Saudi Arabia, so a lot of people are joining from outside the country.
Catherine, you are muted.
Sorry about that. Yes. So thank you, Sofo. Yes, so we've seen that we've got quite a number of people who are Ghanaians outside living in the Middle East who've joined us. And we're glad you are interested in joining the Ghana chapter. We hope the questions that are being asked and answered are helpful for informing your decision to join the chapter. We'll take the next person here. We've got Eagle Dr. Ivy Abu, Cephas Matarena, and then Francis Osei Owusu. These are the last questions that we are going to be taking for this evening due to time. So please make your questions as concise as possible, and we would make our answers as concise as possible so that we do not go above more beyond the time that we would like to spend with you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Frank. My question is simple. If one is yet to get the certification, maybe preparing for the exam, and have joined the PMI with a recognized number, these PDUs or programs that these individuals attend to, are they going to be credited to their accounts so that when they are finally certified later in the year, these PDUs, can they be added to their accreditation, or they count not in any of these that happen? I hope my question is clear.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Eagle. All right, so we will take the next question from Cephas.
Okay, thank you. Good evening once again. My question is, the president talked about universities in Ghana awarding certificate MBA, MSc in project management, and he said most of the institutions had their curriculum developed by through PMBOK and have been approved by PMI. Now, my question is, so if I have MBA in project management and I need to write a certification exams, why won't the PMI give me exemptions on the exams that going through writing the same exam with somebody who has not gotten an certification earlier? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your question as well, Cephas. We'll take Dr. Ivy Abu.
Right. Thank you so much, Catherine. And good evening to all of us on the call. So I just want to, I'm doing three things. First of all, I want to find out if there are any student packages for our student members concerning the conference. Number two, regarding the concern about the people who have MSc project management and then they want to do the certification, usually, or the MBA, usually you can use your education to cater for some of the 35 hours, but it is subject to the prerogative of PMI. If they look at the content and then they think it's satisfied, but for a waiver, I don't think it will be granted. Then the last one I want to do is to encourage, I know most of our students from KNUST are on the call. Your curriculum is built solely on PMI curriculum or PMI's principles of project management. So for those of us who also want to build up our career in project management, you can be taking some of these short courses or even these educational programs, and you'd notice that those who are from KNUS, you testify that because of the simulation project activities that we do, some of you may not have ever been engaged in project environment, but just by your interaction and then the kind of exercises you go through, you will have the confidence to be able to approach projects in every dimension, and for that matter, by extension, even the exams environment. So thank you so much, Catherine.
Thank you, Dr. Ivy Abu. We appreciate your commitment to your students and to the profession. We will take Marta Reina next and Francis Oseyowusu. Then Mr. President and Engineer will come in and answer the questions that we have. We are also answering questions in the chat due to the interest of time. So please, if you sent your message in the chat box, we are answering that, and hopefully it will be answered. Thank you. Please go ahead, Marta.
All right, thank you. Good evening to you and everyone. So I want to find out, after passing the exam, in case you are interested in becoming a facilitator or, to teach project management, is there a particular special course you need to take it, or by virtue of passing the exam, you can apply to any institute that is into project management training courses to teach? And that is really for me, it's more about the retaining of the knowledge acquired. So is there any specific another certification you need to go through to become a certified PMI, either facilitator or lecturer, or by virtue of passing the exam, you can teach it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martha. We'll take the last question, which is from Francis Oseyowusu.
Thank you, Catherine, and good evening, everyone.
Sorry, please, can you mute if you're not asking a question? Thank you. Please go ahead, Francis.
All right, so this question stems up from Sophos and Ken's earlier question on PDUs. It was just a follow-up question. I think, Frank, the question they asked, if I'm wrong, I don't think it was addressed the way they were asking it, with the intention they were asking. I think, unless maybe it was addressed, and this is a question for me. So I understood it as, in PMI, there are ways to obtain your PDUs. That is, as you explained, by maybe attending, any project-related courses, or also following the webinars, conferences, you're able to attain your PDUs. But I think the question was more of, outside these, if you do not attend all this, and maybe, for example, you work in UAE, you're a project manager, and your day-to-day activity is one that is around, doing projects. I think the question is, or if I should ask, how can you have this also in check? Because you did mention that 1 hour of any project-related activity equates to 1 PDU. So assuming someone does project maybe 3 hours in a day or 4 hours in a day, which is like maybe in 4 PDUs, how are they able to get this uploaded in there so that it doesn't look like, based on what they are doing, it's in a vacuum, but rather it can be captured? So that's it for me, Catherine.
All right. Thank you very much, Francis. All right. So with that, we've come to the end of the questions. There is one additional question that I'd like to add, because there's some ongoing conversation in the chat, and that's with regards to the MOU. So I'll just read out that question, and then the head of membership and the president would answer the questions that have been asked, and then we'll move on to the next item for the evening. So the questions here are with regards to the MOUs, and Godfred particularly is asking, why can't we have an MOU with KNUST to offer a certificate from the Project Management Institute as part of the MSc program? I think the procurement guys have something like that. And that is it. So please, Mr. President and Engineer Alberta, the floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you very much, Catherine, and thank you to all who asked the questions. The first question I have on my list is regarding the PDUs for non-certified members or professionals. So the point is that PMI will not be able to anticipate which of the non-members on this call will be getting certified in the next or in the near future. So the PDUs for this session, as you are not certified, cannot be stored for you if you are not yet certified. You can only begin to accrue PDUs once you get certified. Then on the issue of exemption for MSc and MBA students, since the curricula was developed in collaboration with the chapter and also based on the PMBOK, what happens is that the PMP and the other certifications are not in stages where you say I've finished stage 1 or what I've studied is equivalent to stage 1. So grant me an exemption for stage 1 so I can continue with stage 2. It is one en bloc. Secondly, it is not all the universities who develop their curricula in close collaboration with the chapter and based on the PMBOK. Again, there are chapters all across the globe, and not every chapter is in close collaboration with the educational institutions or the universities within the jurisdiction of the chapter. And PMI will hardly do things that are going to put others at a disadvantage unless it is based on a proven research, scientifically proven research. For these reasons, exemptions for PMP or any of the PMI certifications cannot be granted unless PMI says so from tomorrow or based on any other information that may be available to us in the future. But in as much as the MSc, MBA, and the PMP are distinct, they have their strengths and they work hand in hand to provide the individual with a varied level of skills as well as knowledge to operate as a professional. So the exemption, it is not in existence as we speak. Perhaps in the future, PMI may consider it, but based on the references I've given earlier, it is not available as we speak. But if you studied with a university that is an authorized training partner, then it means that that is a PMI center for training for the 35 contact hour. That means your 35 contact hour can be waived. Beyond this, the exam itself cannot be waived. And I think Dr. Ebu did indicate that in her submission. Thank you, Doctor. Then Martha was also asking whether you can begin to teach project management once you are certified. On this note, I would like to invite an authorized training partner on the call who happens to be our immediate past president to throw more light on this particular question. Jumoke, if you're on the call, please come on board.
Good evening. This is Jumoke, and thanks, Mr. President, for having me. Head membership, thanks for this wonderful meeting, as well as Catherine. When it comes to training PMP or any of PMI certification, there are requirements, even though we have quite a number of people messing up around this. So the fact that you go certified does not automatically make you a trainer. You have to go through what we call authorized training partner with PMI. You will be trained on, let's say PMP, for instance. You will write exam, and when you pass that exam, you become an authorized instructor. Now, for you to do this, an ATP would have to introduce you. So for me, like this, that I have ATP, I'm an authorized training partner with PMI. I would have to introduce you that you are one of my instructors. So you have your ATP badge under my company. It's just to ensure that whoever is applying for ATP instructor is actually known and can be verified. So that is the process. I would also like to touch on exemptions. Earlier, I think 2014, 2015, thereabouts, when KNUST was about to start the MSc in project management, they contacted the chapter and we actually contributed to the curriculum, based it on the PMBOK then. So they went through all the knowledge areas. So if you got MSc project management from KNUST, you didn't need to do the 35 contact hour training anymore. The same with GIMPA. However, PMP keeps evolving, and I have difficulty with KNUST graduates because they have done something based on the PMBOK. They assume they don't need a 35 contact hour training. You can go ahead and write the exam, but I can guarantee that you will fail the exam. The reason is this: your MSc was based on, say, the 6th edition of the PMBOK, which spoke about input, tools and techniques, and output. PMP is no longer input, output, tools and techniques anymore. We are looking at 6 lessons. And so if you prepared with 6 lessons, you are likely going to have difficulty. So I tell them they have to still do the 35 contact hour, and they argue or get confused about it, unless at this point KNUST has updated and included these 6 lessons into their curriculum. I will advise that with your MSc, you still have to do the 35 context hour training. As the president said, MSc is academic qualification, whilst PMP is a professional qualification. So you can hold the PMP without a secondary degree and be a fantastic project manager. You can hold the MSc and be a fantastic project manager based on what is expected of you within your organization or your career growth. I hope my input has answered some questions. Or, Mr. President, I hope I have been able to provide relevant information to the question.
Thank you very much, Jumi. Thank you. I saw Martha, the one who asked the question, giving a thumbs up. So I believe the question has been answered. Catherine, please take over.
I want to just make a submission towards Jumoke's presentation or submission, please. So, Jumi, thank you. But KNUST, we are all speed. So currently we are using 7th edition to teach. Immediately the PMBOK changes, we update our curriculum. Thank you.
So let me also quickly correct this. People come to me and they ask me, is a training based on 7th edition? PMP is based on 7th edition, 6th edition, and 9 additional books, making 11 in total.
Thank you very much, Jumi, for shedding light on the PMP process or the journey to getting your PMP and how diverse or expansive the whole process is. A lot of people see it to be simple and have some misconceptions about it, but I believe your answer has provided clarity for those who ask the questions and those who may not have realized the detail that is involved in it. All right. So at this juncture, thank you all so much for the questions that you've asked. We're very glad that you've been very interactive. We are going to be taking announcements now. And with regards to announcements, a lot of questions have been asked about PDUs, about events, about volunteering internships. So this is where the information we will be sharing will be most helpful in addition to what has been shared earlier. So PMI Ghana as a chapter, we have quite a number of events that are always happening. We've got book club that is being held every Tuesday. You get one PDU for that. We've got PMI Toastmasters as well that is held every Thursday. You also get PDUs for that. We have webinars, some being done by the various branches, others that are done generally for members as well. Those also come with PDUs if you register and you fill in the forms. And please note the PDUs are for those who've got certifications with PMI. We have our monthly chapter meetings, which take place at the last Friday of every month. The next one is going to be on April 25th, and that comes with PDUs as well. So that's from 5:30 in the evening till 8. It's always insightful, always helpful, educational, just absolutely amazing. This year, we've had quite a number of wonderful people come to speak to us on different things from policy, the relationship between policy analysts and project managers, as well as addressing the Galamsey menace. We also have a few other things that we do. So there's going to be a health walk happening soon. We are going to be having our social impact activities as well. So please keep an eye on that. If you're not part of any of the groups, please reach out to um, Engineer Alberta. She's put her number in the chat, and she would help you with the process on how to become a member. So we have our conference happening in July. Details of that has been posted in the chat as we've been having the discussions. Please check it out. It's also on our social media platforms. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to any volunteer whose contact you have, and we'll be more than glad to assist you in that regard. So we are also requesting for papers for our national conference. So if you're someone who is in that field, who is writing, we want to, push your publication, just reach out to us. There's a process that you have to go through, and we'll be more than willing to publish the papers that you have. Now, the final thing that I would like to speak about is concerning volunteering. All right, so I dropped off briefly. We have quite a few positions open in terms of volunteering, about 17 of them at the moment. I'm going to run through them quickly. If any of them strikes you as interesting, I'll be posting the link in the chat so you can have a look at the details and the requirements for that. So we are in need of a head of administration, which is secretary, head of finance. We need an events coordinator, events administrator, assistant director for research and development, director for research and development, director of marketing. We are also looking for director student membership, director academic institutions, president of the PMI Ghana Students Club, director non-governmental institutions, director public institutions, director of operations volunteering, director of operations outreach programs, social media manager for Instagram, a head of administration, and a social media manager for Facebook. So with that is all the announcements that we have. The link to the volunteering roles has been posted in the chat as well. Please feel free to check them out and apply. Most of them have a deadline of 31st March, which is this coming Tuesday, which is actually tomorrow, if I'm right. Yes, it's tomorrow. So thank you all very much. We will now take our closing prayer, and I would love to have a member of the audience take us through that.
Sorry, Catherine. Sorry. Sorry, Catherine, before we go, I think there's one aspect of Dr. Ebu's question that I missed, and it's got to do with package for students. PMI membership starts from student membership, regular membership, and then retiree membership. When it comes to the student membership, the going rate is $147 for both PMI and the local Ghana chapter.
Mr. President, I was asking for conference package, if you have any, not the normal package.
Okay.
The conference package, yes, please.
All right. Let me get this. All right. Thank you very much for the clarification. So when it comes to the membership, PMI is working with universities, and if we are able to have 10 student members, we are able to provide a discount from $47 to $27, which will cover both PMI Global and the Ghana chapter. If you are in KNUST, GIMPA, UCC, these things are already running there. If you are in Legon, we'll be coming to you very soon, but you can equally reach out to us and we'll be able to offer that kind of discount to you. When it comes to the conference, we have different rates for student members of the chapter, as well as students who are not members of the chapter. If you have seen our publication of our conference and accommodation rates, you will see that these are different and students have been specially catered for. Nonetheless, we'll be sharing more of such communication on our various platforms. You may get in touch with any of the chapter leaders, and Dr. Ebu, I'll be sharing one with you personally, so you can share with your students as well. Thank you all very much for spending your Sunday evening with us. We do really appreciate, and we hope to see you becoming members, and those who are already members becoming much more engaged with the chapter. Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you very much for that. All right. So a final notice, please, if you haven't filled out the form for the PDUs, kindly do so, especially if you've got a certification with PMI, kindly do so that you can get your professional development unit. We've shared a few links as well to the conference and to the presentation that was shared this evening, as well as the link to the volunteering opportunities that are currently out there. A little caveat, if you want to volunteer with the chapter, you've got to be a member of the chapter first. So that's just to put that out. Francis, I see your hand is up, so I would ask you to say the prayer for us.
So, Catherine, my hand is up. It wasn't because of the prayer. I think Frank missed addressing my question. That was why.
Okay.
I've just been trying to prompt you. Yeah.
All right. So you can ask the question, and then once he answers it, you can give us the closing prayer.
That's fair enough. Okay, so Frank, so the question again was Sofo and Ken Ashibe asked the question earlier about PDUs. I was only saying that we know there are different ways of getting PDUs, which was either you go on the PMI, you're able to log in, either you watch conferences or you actually pay. The conference ones are free, or you pay, or you attend meetings like this to earn your PDUs. However, if someone is actively a project manager, maybe in a certain country, like Sufo said, and has hours every day that he's contributing in terms of project, how is he able to, account for that as PDUs? That was the question.
Hello, Mr. President. Or Engineer Alberta, if you could answer the question that has been put forth.
Yes, so you could actually upload them as PDU.
Oh dear. All right.
Yeah.
So they can be uploaded as PDUs. Please, is there anything that further that you'd like to add?
Okay. So yeah, I wanted to say, okay. I wanted to say that earlier I also did the same because I work on projects and I managed to upload hours, the contact hours that I used on these projects as and I earn PDUs. So it depends on how you are able to upload them. You are given hours or PDUs for these hours spent on managing projects.
Okay. All right. Francis, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's fine, Catherine.
All right. Thank you. So please, can you give us the closing prayer? Godfred, please send us your question. Please send your question to Engineer Alberta, and we would address it.
No, I
Thank
actually wanted to end the session, but since you said Francis should pray, that's okay.
Okay,
Oh, you
Godfred,
wanted
you
to
pray.
Yes, yes. Can
go
I?
ahead. Yes,
All
you
right.
can.
Father, we thank you this evening. We thank you for an end of a successful session like this. We thank you. We ask that may you help us excel in all our various fields of endeavor. We pray for our conferences, whatever program we have in mind. We ask that, Lord, may this be fruitful as well. We thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Godfred. And thank you, everyone, once again for joining us this evening. We hope it has been insightful. See you all soon. Take care.
Amen.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Have a lovely evening.